My life for a lot of years.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us today.
All
For the
bigwigs
record,
were
it's August 17th, 2023, and the time is 6:31. I'll begin with the roll call. So, Council, when I call your name, please say here or present. Mayor Maxton.
Here.
Council Member Stroop.
Here.
Roden.
Here.
Bliss.
Here.
Kerner.
Here.
Parker.
here.
And Men Chow is not present. With 6 members of council present, a quorum is declared.
Thank you, Christina. And would everybody please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we have a big turnout tonight. Thank you for everybody coming out to tonight's council meeting. We are live broadcasting this meeting. And as part of that, I ask that if you have an opportunity to speak as part of the council meeting tonight, that you use the microphone that's up here at the podium. If you speak from your seats, those that are observing or watching this from the live broadcast won't be able to hear your comments. So we ask that all comments be made from the podium. And if you do get an opportunity to speak, I ask that you state your name, who you are, and then provide, if you're a resident, whether you're a resident of Fair Oaks Ranch or not, or if you're here as part of another entity, what entity that you're representing. And with that, we'll move into citizens to be heard. And we have 3 individuals that signed up tonight. And Mr. Matson, you were the first one to sign up.
My name is Craig Matson, and I'm here with my wife Stacy, and we live in the Fairways in Fair Oaks Ranch. And I'm here to talk a little bit, or just to mention a few things about a problem that probably is going to affect all of us here to some degree, and that is oak wilt. We have, just quickly, an oak wilt hotspot on Fairway Green Drive. My understanding was that it was contained and it had been stopped, but I noticed just about 3 weeks ago that a giant live oak tree just turned up dead on our neighbor's property just almost overnight. And so I immediately called Kelsey Delgado. Kelsey referred me to the Texas A&M Forest Service, and Aaron Davis came out, who is their resident expert on oak wilt. And Greg Maxton was good enough to join us on Monday morning at 9 o'clock, and we reviewed that situation and got the benefit of Aaron Davis's analysis of that situation. As a result of that, I called and got together with some of my neighbors. I called a certified master arborist. It was Kevin Beltner of Certified Arbor Care. And he came out today. He's an impressive guy. He's done some work for Fair Oaks Ranch, particularly on the golf course, treating some of these trees where oak wilt really is a problem, not only in our community, but it's pervasive up through the hill country, even up into Canada. So it is on the move in our particular area. And so we're having some of our trees treated here very soon, like in a matter of days. So the only thing I wanted to bring attention to is the fact that this appears to be a relatively active thing. There are a lot more hotspots emerging and are identified than there were 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago. And it's important, we think, for neighbors to be talking to each other about any changes that they notice in their trees. And if there's any arborists treating these trees, we need to be going sort of, after they treat the trees, their neighbors need to be made aware. For example, our neighbors on our other side have just some towering legacy live oaks. They have symptoms of oak wilt. So it's a problem, and it needs to be treated proactively. So I make these comments just so we're all aware that these oak wilt hotspots exist, and if treated proactively, there's a very, very high probability of saving all these legacy live oak trees that we have. So that's really the extent of my comments here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for being here tonight. Next up, Ms. Harris.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Teal Harris. I live in Fair Oaks Ranch, up in off of Rocking Horse. And tonight, I really constantly have all these things I think about that I want to say. But first and foremost, I want to say thank you to the volunteers. You know, as a member of the FORHA board, I know what it's like to volunteer. You volunteer your time for your family away from your kids. You volunteer through illnesses. There's tons of stuff that goes on. And with that said, I really want to say thank you to the people. Wes, you're a huge one for showing up. Christine, Gary, the people that show up in our community all the time. Because there's lots of people out there very passionate about our community that have kids that just started school that can't show up, and so that's why hats off to those council members who have kids that just started school this week and they're still here. And it is a big deal. We're not just a community of people that are, I'm 57, you know, we have a lot of people that are a lot younger than us that are very passionate about the property they purchased, the homes they have. And so I want to make sure that, again, for the people that show up all the time, that you are appreciative and you have a voice in all of those of us that don't show up all the time. And I don't think it should just be about maybe a commercial entity that shows up for the time being that they need to show up. My comment that I made was about development. My family moved here in the area in the 1920s, in the Comfort area originally, and I was born and raised in Corpus Christi. I spent all my summers up here along the Guadalupe River, which is now dry. I've seen droughts through the past, and I've seen floods and rains. I keep going, this is different because it happened so quick. It's like we can't recover. We live on an aquifer, and our aquifer is rejuvenated by water seeping through the ground. And if it can't get through because we've overbuilt, that we've torn down trees and just put in apartment complexes or what, we're not going to be able to recover down the road. And so I guess my point is that as we move forward and make decisions, that remember, there's a lot of people that rely on y'all being good stewards of our land. It is different now. I mean, growing up in this area, it's completely different the way we get back from our droughts, and it's a lot harder. The next thing I want to say, thank you for talking about oak wilt. It definitely is an issue. Right now, we're in the okay area from July 31st to January 31st. We're okay to trim based off of when oak wilt, the sap flows, whether it goes to the ground or from the beetles. That's concerning that you're dealing with this. It's live right now, and I'm glad that you brought that to the attention. I've got to do a lot of trimming on my trees, and I have a lot of great deals of guys that want to work right now. And I keep saying, no, this is too stressful for the trees to be trimming trees right now, because that's when the trees are weak, is when we really see a lot of oak wilt, and that's right when we're trimming. So I'm sorry that you're dealing with that, but I do think it needs to be, again, a conversation that we have to have, because these, I'm glad you brought it up tonight. So anyway, thank you guys for showing up all the time. I'm the one that always darts in and out of whatever I have to do, and thank you guys for volunteering.
Thank you. And thank you also for being here tonight. Now, once you're here, you're here till we adjourn. So, last on the list, I have Miss Diane Gonzalez.
Good evening. May not be able to do that. Good evening. I'm Diana Gonzalez, and I work with PEC Pernalis Electric Cooperative, so I'm here on behalf of PEC to share that we're very happy that we are proudly joining our members and our communities in celebrating our 85th anniversary and the electrification of the Texas Hill Country. So PEC was officially incorporated on May 19th, 1938, and on September 27th, 1938, we received a $1.3 million loan from the REA, which is the Rural Electrification Administration, to build our first 1,800 miles of line that today has grown to 24,671 miles of line. We connected our first 422 members at our Bertram substation on October 27, 1939. So PEC was created by Hill Country Texans, led by then Congressman Lyndon B. Johnson, to provide safe, reliable, and low-cost power to our communities, and we have always stayed focused on that mission. LBJ once said, "Of all the things I have done, nothing has given me as much satisfaction as bringing power to the Hill Country of Texas." Over the past 85 years, PEC has grown to become the largest electric cooperative in the U.S. We're serving more than 1 million Central Texans in some of the nation's fastest growing counties. In fact, we serve all or part of 24 counties, and we serve 45 franchise cities, one which is your Fair Oaks Ranch, where we serve 797 members. We're planning various events and activities to celebrate our 85th, including birthday parties with seniors who are also turning 85. We're asking members with historical items, photos, and stories to share them with us for our co-op archives. Our rich history includes being rooted in 7 cooperative principles. One of our core cooperative principles is concern for community, and this guides our mission to help make a difference in the communities we serve. In 2006, we launched our Power of Change program, which to date has provided more than $575,000 in community grants and support for nonprofits across the Texas Hill Country. Our community grants application is currently available online on our website, which is pec.coop, for eligible nonprofit organizations to apply for grants by October 1st, if they're eligible and interested. So I just want to thank you and anyone that is a PEC member, if you're already participating in our Power of Change program, where your electric bill is rounded up and funds collectively support worthy nonprofit projects, or you can always contact us at PEC to sign up. And I just want to close by saying that at PEC we deliver more, and we feel like we deliver more than just electricity. We're very proud to support the wonderful communities we serve, and we're proud of our 85 years of powerful memories with our members, and we look forward to serving you with many more. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the information. And I'm guessing you have other methods of how you're getting this information out to all of your members of the PEC?
We are.
Mailing
Yes.
and, okay.
Our website, our social media platforms, Smart Hub. We're having other events in the community, but yes, we are doing that. And thank you so much.
Well, thank you for being here tonight.
Appreciate it.
Ms. Gonzalez was the last individual I had that signed up on the list for citizens to be heard. Is there anybody else here tonight that did not get an opportunity to sign up that would like to speak? All right, then we'll move on with our presentations. And our first presentation tonight is to recognize the new individuals on our city staff team.
One of the favorite things about my job. My name is Jennifer Hudson. I am the Human Resources and Communications Specialist, and tonight I have the privilege of introducing you to a familiar face and some new, what I lovingly call ranchers, employees here at the city. I'll start with Ralph. Ralph, you want to come on up? Ralph is a familiar face. He's no stranger to the city of Fair Oaks Ranch. He worked for the city as a utility technician for 4 years before going back to the private sector in 2020. After working several years as a CDL driver, Ralph decided to come back to utilities here at Fair Oaks Ranch, and the team is very excited to have him back with his knowledge and expertise already in place, right, coming through the door. So, thank you, Ralph. Welcome back. And next up is Veronica. Come on up. So your family members can see you on TV. Come on up. So Veronica started with us here at the city on July 10th, and she is a local Hill Country resident up in here in Bernie, and comes to us with over 14 years of experience as an administrative assistant and clerk. She is bilingual in Spanish, and we're so excited to have that. She works our front office team in the city hall, which is critical to have that skill. So we're excited to have Veronica. So welcome.
Hey.
And next up is Amanda Wade. Amanda, come on up. Make sure your daughter can see you on TV. Okay. Her daughter passed up the opportunity to come to tonight's meeting so she could go to the pool. So she's going to watch it on TV later. So Amanda started with the city on July 17th. She has over 11 years of administrative experience. She's no stranger to the public sector. For 6 years, she served as a certified court clerk for the Justice of Peace Precinct 2 in Midland, Texas. So she's come back to the public sector, and we're excited to have her. She is also known as the new Sandy. She works in public works. Welcome. Thank you. And that is all I have. Thank you very much.
I would like to welcome all the new members to our team, and thank you for being here tonight. The next, we have a proclamation for our building codes staff, and if I could get Kyle Reeves, Hunter Hickman, and Rachel Brown to please come up. September 1st is Building Codes Appreciation Day. And this team right here that represents the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Building Codes Department, the one thing that I'll say about them to start off with, I never see these people standing or sitting still. They're always on the move, and they're always into something. But what they do on a daily basis, one, to keep our building codes up to date with all of the changes that come across from U.S., federal, and state level changes. But then out going doing all the inspections on new builds, maintenance, and repairs across the city. And if you can imagine 4,500 residents and new residents going in, keeps them busy on a daily basis. And they do all this with a very, very professional attitude. So what we'd like to do, September 1st is the recognition day. And if all would please reach out to these individuals and thank them for what they do on September 1st. But tonight, I'm going to read a proclamation, but I need glasses to do it. Whereas the Building Code Staff Appreciation Day is celebrated every year on September 1st, and whereas building code staff are essential not only in the industries in which they work, but to society as well by ensuring that buildings and infrastructure are safe for everyday use by our residents, businesses, and patrons. And whereas detailed review of building plans and the inspection process institute a path forward that keeps the project running efficiently, reduces cost, and ensures a safe structure is built in a timely manner. And whereas building code staff review, inspect, and enforce safe building practices in a variety of construction and critical infrastructure components, including structural, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, fire systems, accessibility, and energy as they apply to housing, commercial buildings, and public works infrastructures. And whereas the Building Code Staff Appreciation Day is intended to remind the public about the critical role of our community's code officials, our largely unknown guardians of public safety. Now therefore I, Gregory C. Maxton, Mayor of the City of Fair Oaks Ranch, do hereby designate September 1st, 2023 as Building Code Staff Appreciation Day. I urge all citizens to express their appreciation to our city's building code staff who work diligently within our community every day, and witnessed the 17th day of August. And thank y'all very much for what you do on a daily basis. Would y'all like an opportunity to speak, or? All right, thank y'all very much. Thank you. Oh. Kyle. That's for y'all.
Thank you very much, sir.
And the last tonight, we have a special award for our city secretary office. And we have Jeanette Goodall, who is the president of the Texas Municipal Clerks Association, here tonight to present the award. Now, Ms. Goodall is a side job for you, is being the president.
It is.
She currently serves as the city secretary for the city of Fort Worth, which you can only imagine is a pretty busy job. And she's been doing that for almost 2 years. And prior to that was the city clerk for the city of Austin. But she's come all the way from Fort Worth tonight to present this award to our city secretary office.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for having me, Mayor and Council. I'm here to present what we call the Achievement of Excellence Award. This is an award that was established in 2020, and it is designed to recognize city secretaries, municipal clerks that reach a certain level of excellence that just needs to be acknowledged. They have to document and demonstrate that they excel in at least 7 out of 9 categories, ranging from election administration to public information to records management to open meetings. And so it's a very long application. It's very detailed, and then it gets reviewed by their peers, a committee of their peers, to determine if they have excelled. And so it is a great honor for me to be here. This is one of the fun things I get to do, to present Christina and her staff with this award. It's framed. And to give you kind of an idea of how intense this is, this year only 24 cities actually received the award this year. And so it goes above and beyond because, as you all know, city secretaries are true public servants. And many times we go unrecognized because we kind of like it that way. We usually sit in the corner. But every once in a while we have to kind of toot our own horns and remind people that without us, your meetings would be chaos. So thank you for allowing me to come, and I understand you have kind of a long agenda, although it didn't look that long to me. But I hope you have a quick and uneventful meeting, and it's nice to see so many people here. It's always nice to have good public engagement. And coming from Austin, I know what public engagement can look like. So, congratulations.
Yeah,
You have some of the best staff here.
and thank you very much for taking the time to be here with us tonight in such a great presentation. Well, that concludes all of the presentations tonight. We'll move on to our consent agenda. We do have 3 items on the consent agenda tonight. First is the approval of the August 3rd, 2023 regular city council meeting minutes. Second is approval of the second reading of an ordinance amending the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, General Provisions, under Article 1.07, which is trees and shrubs, to include updated definitions and the responsibility of public trees. And the third item is approval of a property owner's request for waiver of penalty and interest for delinquent property tax in accordance with Section 33.011, Section I of the Texas Property Tax Code. Are there any council members that would like to remove any of the items from consent to consideration? And with that, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Scott, and a second
Second.
from Michelle. And all in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved. Thank you all. With that, we'll move on to the one of the big items that we have on our agenda tonight, which is the public hearing. The City Council of the City of Fair Oaks Ranch will conduct a public hearing tonight to receive public testimony on proposed amendments to the following chapters in the Unified Development Code. This will cover Chapter 1, which is general provisions, Chapter 2, which are review and authority procedures, and Chapter 3, which covers applications and permits. And Christina, I have the time is now 6:56, and I am opening the public hearing. And I'll turn it over to Lada to kick it off. For those that are following along, there is a presentation that's on page 172 of the council packet.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and audience. My name is Lata Krishna Rao with Ardura, and I've been helping the City of Fair Oaks Ranch amend their Unified Development Code. Again, I thank you for this opportunity for being here and presenting these amendments. So, as the mayor said, the City of Fair Oaks Ranch has a Unified Development Code that has been adopted that guides developments in the city, subdivisions, buildings, landscaping, things like that. And this exercise is to propose some amendments to the code. The code was adopted in 2019, and it is customary that the cities go through their codes to amend them as necessary. So the purpose of this public hearing would be to receive testimony on the proposed amendments. And today, 3 chapters of the Unified Development Code are being considered. Chapter 1 is about general provisions. Chapter 2 is review authority and procedures. And Chapter 3 is about processing of applications and permits. So the public hearing process, the mayor opened the public hearing, as you saw. After I make the presentation, the City Council will receive your testimony for or against the proposed amendments. At that time, the mayor is going to call out, and feel free to come to the podium and voice your concerns or opposition or support for any of these amendments. And then once the public comments are received, the mayor will close the public comment section of the public hearing. And then the City Council will have an opportunity to discuss the amendments, discuss any questions that come up with staff and consultant. And the public hearing then will be adjourned, and no formal action is taken at this time. If you look at the agenda, later on in the agenda, there is a separate item, and that is when the City Council is able to consider the item and vote on it. So just a little bit of background for those who are kind of new today. The city has been working on this process for over 2 years now. The Planning and Zoning Commission was charged with spearheading this task, and we were helping them. So the process started with looking at what the current Unified Development Code has and trying to see where there were issues or what were some of the things that the City Council, the Planning and Zoning Commission felt needed to be addressed. We did our review and we summarized some of our findings. And in general, these findings were classified into 5 major categories. The first thing was that we looked into was, does it conform to the Texas Local Government Code? As you know, all the regulations that are adopted here, the enabling legislation comes from the Texas Local Government Code, so it's important that the codes that city adopt are in conformance. And since at least since the UDC was adopted in 2019, there have been some significant changes which needed to be incorporated in this ordinance. The second was to look at the actual code content and make improvements, which would mean that basically looking at do the requirements in the code and what they allow, are they in line with the vision that the city has? And the vision of the city is contained in a document called the Comprehensive Plan. So kind of going back and forth and making sure that were there things in the Unified Development Code that did not conform to the vision in the Comprehensive Plan or the vision that the citizens wanted for future development. The third thing that we looked at was just streamlining the procedures. There was an ability to see if there was ability to sort of make the procedures a little less cumbersome and clearer. That also meant trying to look at inconsistencies or if there were conflicts, trying to clean up the conflicts. And the other thing that we looked at was just generally making sure that the layout and the organization of the code was a little bit more understandable. There were some things that were cross-referenced to try to minimize all that and make it visually a little bit more easy to read. And again, last thing was, again, going back to the vision, making sure that the comprehensive plan objectives were codified in the Unified Development Code. Comprehensive plan is a guide, and unless those requirements are put in an ordinance or a regulation, the vision is not going to be achieved. So that was one of the things that P&Z also worked on. So, sorry. So some of the steps, so today is the first public hearing with the City Council and the first reading of the ordinance. This will move on to the second reading and adoption, which is going to be on September 7th. And the packet that is posted on the website, you can see there is some of the attachments include a summary of the significant changes for chapters 1 to 3. And when we say significant, it excludes things like formatting, grammatical errors, omissions, clarifications, and reorganization. And so we'll also see a red line version of chapter 1 to 3 that shows what exactly has been changed by striking out language and adding new language in red text. And there is a clean version also. The summary of significant changes, like I said, the goal was to meet some of these things in compliance with the state statutes was important, and also to make sure that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations were incorporated. And one thing that happened was a real thorough legal review. Your legal staff looked at the entire code to make sure that the new sections that were added fit in with the existing and there were no conflicts, and also to make sure that everything that was there was in conformance with the state requirement. So again, what you would be looking at today, some of the main things that are included in these chapters are review authority and procedures. Not many changes there, but just clarifications and making sure that the conflicts were removed. Application and permitting processes have been cleaned up a little bit. Public hearings, trying to clarify when a public hearing is needed, what type of application requires a public hearing and who holds the public hearing, and some platting changes, again, based on some of the new requirements of the Texas Local Government Code. So that kind of summarizes my presentation. Just wanted to add one more thing, that the process also included, once the Planning and Zoning Commission had identified the changes, the council had asked the Planning and Zoning Commission to prioritize the topics. And so the Planning and Zoning Commission came back and identified 5 topics that this entire amendment process would be based on. The first one was administration changes, which kind of forms the foundation of the codes. Next, you will see the topic number 2 is zoning. Topic 3, subdivision standards. Topic 4 is site and building standards, and topic 5 is others. That includes signs, telecommunication towers, definitions, and all that. So those were the 5 broad area that you will see that the City Council will be looking at. So after this, once we move on to the public comment stage, Mayor. If you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them at the after the public comments have been received.
Thank you, Lotta.
Thank you.
And I would like to, Lotta mentioned it, we've broken this up into different segments. The UDC by itself is a document that's 400 to 500 pages long. And to review and approve all of it at one sitting would be a pretty hefty task. And so we did ask the P&Z to provide it back to us in segments. So there are now 4 opportunities where we will bring the UDC forward. Tonight we're looking at 1 through 3, and then we have other chapters over the next 3 opportunities that will review the UDC. I would like to recognize Bobby Barnes, who's here tonight, is the chair of the P&Z, and you have your deputy chair, David, here with you tonight also. Y'all have spent 2 years? 2.5. 2.5. It's been a very long time painstakingly going through the UDC to ensure that we meet the legal requirements and the future vision of what we want as part of our comprehensive plan and the vision of what we want as part of Fair Oaks Ranch, specifically of what Ms. Harris spoke about tonight. But the efforts of our P&Z, along with Lotta Krishner and her efforts in guiding the P&Z, and plus tonight also Cynthia Trevino, who was a part of the team, is our legal counsel, that ensured we got the right legal information put into it, but also provided the painstaking legal review to go through the document every time changes were made. So I would like to thank all of y'all for all of your efforts and what you did as part of getting the UDC to the point at where we are tonight. So thank y'all. And with that, we'll move on to the public hearing. Tonight we're looking at chapters 1 through 3. Is there anybody here that would like to speak, citizens' testimony that would like to speak about the UDC reference chapters 1 through 3? Forming a line at the mic, or? Okay, with that then, we'll move on to council discussion. Does council have any questions for, I guess, Lotto, or for a reference to UDC that you'd like to talk about tonight?
I have one question.
Go ahead, Laura.
Really only one word that I have a question about in all of the changes. Section 1.9. Why did we require a joint public hearing? Can we just note just a public hearing?
Sure. Yes, we can just call it a public hearing. We don't have to use the word joint.
Yeah.
The reason it was used was that had been the precedent, so that's how it was. P&Z they have been having joint public hearings before, but it's not a problem. It's an easy change. Actually, if we remove that term, then you'd still have the ability to have it joint if you want to, but you can always have separate public hearings. And I forgot to mention, I really wanted to thank the mayor and the city council and Planning and Zoning Commission for reading through. I know you have read through every word, which really makes me feel very comfortable. And again, P&Z spent a lot of time on that, and truly appreciate that, and staff's input also.
I appreciate that.
I was looking for the portion, you said it was in 1.9?
1.9 under
1.9D.
D, 1.9D, and it just says, the proposed amendments will be heard at a joint public hearing of the Planning and Zoning and City Council, and I just want to say at a public hearing. If we choose to make it joint, that's great. If we don't, even better.
Right.
That's page 41 of your
Page
packet.
41 of the packet. Not 41 of the UDC, but 41 of the packet.
You said it's in 1.9?
118.
Right here.
Page 41.
Oh.
Yeah, it's right D there, subsection D, which says proposed amendments will be heard at a joint public hearing. That the word joint is going to be removed, and then it'll just say public hearing.
That would be the only.
Mr. Mayor, just a suggestion, since we're getting into the substance of the UDC, you may want to close the public hearing and
Yep.
consider
That's what we need to do. That's
the next
part of
item
the-
on the agenda.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or discussion from council? Christine, I have the time now is 7:11. And we are closing the public hearing. And with that, we'll move on to our consideration and discussion items tonight. We have 6 items on the agenda to go through. And the first is the consideration and possible action approving the first reading of an ordinance amending the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Unified Development Code, which was chapters 1, 2, and 3 that we just covered as part of the public hearing. And,
I'd like to make a motion.
okay.
I move to approve the first reading of the ordinance amending the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Unified Development Code, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Chapter 2, Review Authority and Procedures, and Chapter 3, Applications and Permits, with the removal of the word joint in Section 1.9D.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion on the table.
Second.
Bobby, did you have comments that you wanted to provide?
Yeah, I'm Bobby Barnes and at 7 Falls Terrace, and representing the P&Z. The plan was that I was to give you a few words to tell you that the P&Z had their public hearing. No one, as done here, wanted to talk about chapters 1 through 3 and the administrative area. And so we're delighted to present chapters 1 through 3 to the City Council for their review and to go ahead and vote on it. So it's kind of like you already have the motion, but I was to present it to you. So I'm not too sure the egg or the chicken or the egg came first. While I'm up here, I also do want to make one comment as I read that again and again. And each time you read anything in this document, you're going to find there's a question on it. And I don't believe I have it right in front of me. But if you change that word to a public hearing, I think you need to also change a public hearing of the P&Z and a public hearing of the City Council, because I believe of the way the state statute reads, and luckily we have attorney here, that to amend the UDC, that City Council and Planning and Zoning need to have public hearings.
Bobby, they're still in there. It's just the next 2 things, say, public hearing of the P&Z and then a public hearing of the City Council.
So we need to have the
No,
word.
it's all still in there, right?
Oh,
That-
okay, because the way I read it, the way it's a public hearing of
If you scroll down,
P&Z.
E and F,
Should it be parentheses and S if we have one, it's got to be of each entity.
so I think what it's referring to is just saying that public hearings will be held after all the legal requirements have been met. Honestly, you could probably remove D entirely, but if we just remove joint, that's fine as well, because it goes on in E and F to specify where the public hearings are going to take place.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Were there any other comments? Scott, do you know if they had a chance to look at that one table?
Mayor, if I may add.
Sure.
There were a few other comments that we received, so I just wanted to go over that and see if those could be added as conditions. There were some capitalization errors where the city manager was capitalized in some places, and the mayor. So we will go back and clean all that up. Thanks for
Okay.
pointing that out. And then on table 3.1, summary of review authority, appeal and of denial of sign permit. That goes to the ZBOA, so there was supposed to be an X under ZBOA instead of a circle, so that will be cleaned up. And then, let me see. I think those were the changes that needed to be made. Others were just clarifications.
Okay. First, so the capitalization and the addition of city before manager, I mean, those are just editorial changes. I don't see that
That's what we were told, that
it's any
those-
significant. But the change to table
Table 3.1,
3.1,
that is important, yes.
which I have on my packet, is page 131 of the of the entire packet. I think is a significant change
Yes,
that we need to
and-
be included as part of the.
Yes, because the text
motion?
is correct where it says that zoning board would be the approving authority on this, but it's the table where instead of a 0, it should have been an X for approval authority.
Okay.
So I have a question, Greg. So what is in front of me and what we put the motion for is incorrect?
Correct, so that would be a
Okay.
condition of approval to change that or edit that.
What are we changing?
So it would be table 3.1.
No, I see the
Yeah.
table. What specifically in the
Oh,
table?
in here, if you go down to appeal or denial of sign permit.
Yep.
Which, do you see that there? Can you go down? a little
Yes,
bit?
I see it.
There you go. So this appeal of or denial of sign permit, and if you go all the way to the end, that's the column for ZBOA, the third column from the left. It says a 0, it should have been an X there.
Got it.
Yeah.
We had no-
X it stands for the approval authority. There is a legend at the, I think it's at the bottom.
Yeah, I
of the
just need to
table.
know what the difference
Yeah,
was.
so just, if you
got it.
see here, X, it means final action, and the 0 or O stands for review and recommendation. So the final action, when anybody appeals, the final action is taken by the ZBOA.
I understand. I just
Okay.
need to know what
Yeah.
specifically was changing on the
So
page.
how we
Thank you.
can- Yeah.
All right, Michelle.
Okay, just a quick question. On page 75, number 4, zoning map amendment, rezoning. The last sentence, when I'm reading through what the review process is, the application and who, goes to planning zoning for review, goes to city council for final action. But back on the first page, it refers to should also be amended if the commission finds it necessary or advisable. Is that the right word to use there? Should that be council? Am I I reread this
sorry.
like 10 times and I'm still,
Could you mention
Could be
the
planning and zoning.
paragraph?
it's section, number 4 on, so page 75.
Right.
So we see that last sentence on A. Should the word commission be should that be planning and zoning commission? Should that be council? If council is the
Which page?
75,
75 of the packet?
yes.
Of the packet.
Of the packet, yes.
Last sentence of 4A.
Got it.
I think that is a good catch, yeah. Because the final authority would be the council.
Council. Right here.
I'm going to defer to Dan on this. I think you're right.
Because the final approval is with council, so I
Right.
don't understand the reference to commission there.
And if the commission finds it necessary.
Right, so,
So, yeah.
so the scenario that anticipates is that if the city council makes an amendment to the zoning map or grant zoning that's not supported by the comprehensive plan as it is currently written, then that comprehensive plan has to be amended. It has to come back. And so I think that's the scenario it's alluding to, and it can certainly be changed to say city council, and it would be accurate. Does that make sense to everybody? So typically, P&Z is not going to recommend approval of a zoning, a change in the zoning map just means a rezoning. And they're not going to recommend that if the comprehensive plan does not support it. But if that comes to the city council, even with a recommendation of denial, and the city council decides, no, we do believe that's appropriate, we're going to grant that request, that's also direction to, I take that as direction to staff and P&Z to bring forth an amendment to the comprehensive plan. And so that's what this is trying to capture.
Okay. And I know it wasn't one of our changes, but I tried to read the entire thing, not just what was changing. So,
Of course, yeah.
It just kind of stood out to me. Yeah, so what's, and is that within the scope of what we're trying to do here? Can we even change it
Yeah, of
tonight?
course you can. And what I would suggest, though, is that maybe the wording should be, if the zoning map is amended, the comprehensive plan and code, an amendment of the comprehensive plan and code should also be brought forth for consideration. I think that's perhaps the way it should be worded.
Sounds more appropriate to me. Say it again, Dan. I didn't write fast enough.
Well, and
I don't
you know,
really
and
read it.
I would
Yeah.
ask, so when I read the
Yeah.
the part above it and the whole context here, it's really not the only instance that would happen is the instance that I stated, and I think Lata would concur with that. And I think that's why it's written the way it is written, where it just says, if necessary or advisable. But we could take out if the commission finds it. I think it would just be, if the zoning map is amended, the comprehensive planning code should also be amended if necessary or advisable, is really how it should read. That's all it has to say, actually. Just take out if the commission finds it.
Yep.
Yep.
Be amended if necessary or advisable. So actually take out the commission finds it. A simple deletion, but I think then it makes more sense.
Okay. Any other comments? Do we have any comments or questions from anybody here tonight? Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the table, and the motion is to approve the UDC, chapters 1, 2, and 3, with the removal of the word joint from section 1.9, paragraph D.
Excuse me, Mayor?
Uh-huh.
Did we have a second on that
Did, Emily.
motion?
Emily.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Do we need to amend that motion, though?
We do need to amend the motion. So, if I can get all this straight.
Good luck.
Try?
The motion and make it again, honestly.
With all of the changes?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
Mayor, I move to withdraw my motion.
Okay. Can I get a second?
Second? Second.
All right, the motion is withdrawn. Then would you like to make the same motion?
Oh, so you're putting it on me. Okay, glad to.
Well,
Okay.
could I
Let's
get
see
a
if
motion?
No, I could
to
do it.
approve?
I could do it. I could do it. Let me see if I can do this. Okay.
Well, it's just, can we just say with changes, with the three changes as discussed?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the
Or
words.
do we have to detail them all out?
We should detail them.
Or prefers to detail them out.
Thanks, Dan. Okay. I move to approve the first reading of an ordinance amending the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Unified Development Code, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Chapter 2, Review Authority and Procedures, and Chapter 3, Applications and Permits, with removing the word joint from Section 1.9, changing Table 3.1 to have final action by the Zoning Board of Adjustments for appeal of denial of sign permits, and removal of the words, "the commission finds it," on Section 4A
Of Chapter 3.
of Chapter 3. That was the first one.
Second.
Okay. Get that?
We got it. And with a motion on the table now, any other discussion from council? Then all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved for the first reading of an ordinance. Yes.
Shocked that we're not, that was that quick.
All right, let me get my notes here. All right. With that, we'll move on to our second consideration item tonight, which is the consideration and the possible action approving the second reading of an ordinance authorizing restricted prior service credit for employees who are members of the Texas Municipal Retirement System. And this was presented at our last meeting, and it's brought back for a second reading tonight. And Jennifer's here to answer any questions. Didn't plan on presenting any other material, but if you do have any questions on it, Jennifer or Scott are here to answer any questions that you may have. Does council have any questions? Does anybody else here tonight have any questions reference TMRS? Then with that, could I get a motion to approve the second reading of an ordinance authorizing restricted prior service credit for employees who are members of the Texas Municipal Retirement System?
I so move.
From Laura,
Second.
Michelle. Any other discussion from council?
I have something real quick, Greg.
Go ahead.
I originally voted not in favor of this last meeting just because I didn't feel like I had all the information to put forward a vote for it. I did some more research on my own, and I'm going to be changing my vote in favor of it. Just wanted to make that clarification.
Well, thank you for speaking up. Any other discussion from council? And all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved for the second reading. We'll move on to the third item tonight, which is the consideration, the possible action, approving a resolution setting the maximum proposed ad valorem tax rate for fiscal year 2023-24, and setting the fiscal year 2023-24 budget and tax rate public hearing and other matters in connection therewith.
Yes, I am Summer Fleming, the Interim Director of Finance, And I have for your consideration a resolution setting the maximum tax rate. Oh, I'm sorry.
And Summer, for those that are following along, the presentation for this is on page 507 of the packet.
Way at the end. Yes,
Just tells you how big the packet was.
it is.
You like saying that
Sorry.
I needed a new binder because
But
of the
they could be hard to find, so, sorry.
No, that's okay. So yes, the resolution would be setting the maximum tax rate that council will consider for the 2023-24 fiscal year and setting the date for the budget and tax rate public hearing. So first, I'll present the calculated tax rates, which was deferred from the last meeting. As you know, we contract with the Bexar County Tax Assessor Collector for the billing and collection of city property taxes, as well as the calculation of the no new revenue and voter approval rates for the city. So appraisal values are determined by the county of residence, and the calculation worksheet uses certified values from all 3 counties as of July 25th. However, as we've seen recently, the taxable value and subsequently the tax levy can change during the year as protests are settled. This year, the total certified taxable value is $2.38 billion, which is up 11.8% from the prior year's valuation. This does include new properties. The first column, circled in red, is the tax rate that's currently in the proposed budget that will be discussed in the workshop later tonight. That rate is 0.3005, and it's slightly lower than the no new revenue rate in the next column. The calculated no new revenue rate is 0.3056. This is the rate that would produce the same amount of revenue if applied to the same properties taxed in both years. Both the no new revenue rate and the rate in the proposed budget are significantly lower than the current tax rate of 0.3291. And the last column is the calculated voter approval rate, which is 0.3565. The INS rate each year is determined by our annual debt payment on any outstanding bonds. So you can see with each tax rate what the tax bill would be on the average home value. The rate in the proposed budget would result in the average tax bill increasing $17, and the no new revenue rate would result in the average tax bill increasing $49 for the year. Looking at the change in exemptions from year over year, exempted values for disabled and over 65 increased by almost $1 million. And the number of over 65 homesteads generally has been increasing each year. However, we did look at the percentage of over 65 homesteads to total properties, and that did decrease 0.7% from last year. The next 2 slides, it just shows the total tax rate and revenue generated, and then the change in revenue generated. We tend to focus on the tax rate itself, but you can see how the rate and total revenue is not necessarily synonymous. As we've seen with increased property values these last couple of years, while the tax rate has decreased, the city's property tax revenue has increased, allowing the budget to keep up with inflationary pressures, service delivery expectations, and necessary infrastructure improvements. So in summary, the calculated rates presented are based on certified values that are subject to change resulting from appraisal review board action during the year. Overall, the city's taxable value increased 11.8%, inclusive of new properties, and the total city exempted value, including the homestead exemption, increased $1.89 million. The completed tax worksheet and the certified value reports can be found on the city's Truth in Taxation webpage. You can get there by visiting the Finance Department page or using a search on the city's homepage. So with this agenda item, council would set a maximum tax rate and a date for the public hearing. The city manager's office recommends setting the maximum tax rate at the no new revenue rate of 0.3056. This is above the rate in the current proposed budget, but it would give council a little bit of flexibility as we go through the budget workshop tonight and discuss any other items council may want to consider. Setting this maximum tax rate means council can always go lower. You just can't go higher than the maximum tax rate set tonight. So the resolution before you, it accepts the calculated no new revenue and voter approval rates from the worksheet. It sets the maximum tax rate at the no new revenue rate of 0.3056, and it sets the public hearing to be held on Tuesday, September 12 at 6:30 p.m. And I'll turn it over to you if you have any questions.
Any questions?
I guess I have a question, just from my understanding of the no new revenue tax rate. So when we discuss that it's matching up revenues from this year proposed budget to last year, correct? I mean, that's how it is, or is it the rate that has to compare? Because our revenue right here, if I'm looking at some of your chart here on the no new rate, if you were to put that back up, of 7,206,250 compared to 22-23 of 6,942,334. Seems like a slight increase, so I'm just trying to understand how that calculation works, because I was understanding that it's the total dollars, apples to apples, and then you calculate the rate from that. Is that accurate, or do I need I need some clarification?
Yeah, it is very complicated.
I saw
So
the
I'll
work.
try-
I read
yes,
through the worksheet, and my head hurt. So
I think a lot of the increase probably does come from new properties, because it starts out with last year's levy and also backs out any new exemptions.
okay,
Or I guess it starts with this year's levy, backs out any new exemptions and new property to get to what the levy would have been.
okay. So the difference in the total revenue is based on new properties,
properties.
net new properties coming in after whatever the
Yeah, 'cause
exemptions. Okay,
it's comparing what it would be if you taxed those same properties from both years.
Okay.
And calculating that rate. Then you also get new properties that come in.
okay. So it's a rate volume variance. Okay, thank you. Understand it.
Anybody else? Any other questions? Do we have any questions from anybody here tonight? All right. Then could I get a motion to approve a resolution setting the maximum proposed ad valorem tax rate for fiscal year 2023-24 at .3056 and setting the fiscal year 2023-24 budget and tax rate public hearing for September 12, 2023 at 6:30 p.m.
So moved.
I second.
Any other discussion from council? And with the motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
That's what I
The
was.
motion is approved.
Excuse me, Mayor?
Uh-huh.
That does require a record vote.
Roll call.
All right. Do we have a motion on the table from Chesley and Laura? And I'll turn it over to you for the vote.
All right, I'm going to call out your names, if you could say yes or no regarding this motion. Mayor Maxton,
Yes.
Councilmember Stroop,
Yes.
Councilmember Roden,
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss,
Yes.
Councilmember Kerner,
Yes.
Councilmember Parker, and Councilmember Menchow.
Yes.
It's unanimous, and the motion passes.
Thank you, Christina. And with that, we'll move on to our fourth consideration item tonight, which is the consideration and the possible action on a resolution of the City of Fair Oaks Ranch, Texas, affirming the City Council's support of extending by 6 months the remaining 2008 water supply agreements. And I'll turn this over to Carol.
Thank you and good evening. So, back in July 2006, the City of San Antonio released to us about 3,200 acres of their property. Hello? Yes. Okay. Sorry. Back in July 2006, the City of San Antonio released 3,200 approximately acres of property directly adjacent to our northeast and southwest city limits line. We took these properties into our ETJ. And the reason for that is we really wanted to protect our borders. We wanted to have control of what was going to be abutting next to us. Following that, in 2008, in September, GBRA increased our water reservation. This was requested by the city because we knew these properties were going to develop at some time in the future. So we went to GBRA and got additional water reservations reserved for us. Once we've signed that agreement, we reached out to the property owners in this area and explained what we had done, that we had gotten a reservation of water. If they wanted to reserve some water for their future developments, we would create water supply agreements with them. We, at that time, had 7 property owners that wanted to reserve water. They wanted to be guaranteed that the water would be available to them upon developing. And at the moment in 2008, they didn't necessarily know exactly how they were going to develop, but they had somewhat of a plan, and they wanted to ensure that they had the water. So water supply agreements were created with the 7 property owners reserving their water for future development. In addition, the water agreements had some financial commitment in payments. There were 2 in specific. We had an item called a contribution in aid of construction. We were considering building an elevated storage tank, and with these additional properties, they were going to help pay for that elevated storage tank. The payments for the elevated storage tank came in 2 separate payments, and I sincerely apologize. I did not start my presentation. Can I start it now?
Sure,
I'm so
sure.
sorry.
No, we're listening good. Let's go.
So sorry.
I was good.
So basically, this is a recap of what I've already told you. So here is the contribution in aid of construction. The first payment we received upon execution of those water supply agreements of the 7 property owners was $528,000. The second payment is due to us upon the date a contract is signed for construction of a water storage tank, an elevated storage tank. That second payment equals it does equal $502,961. So currently, of the 7 property owners, 1 of the property owners was the Sauer Ranch, who has developed into Setterfeld Estates. So they are built out. They made their first payment, and upon the elevated storage tank, we will receive that second payment. I know I didn't say it right. So in addition to the contribution in aid of construction that we are promised the payments for the elevated storage tank, they also paid their monthly reservation fee. The fee that the reserved water that they requested from us is not paid by the impeded Fair Oaks Ranch utility customers. Each of the property owners pay for their reservation of the allocated water that they requested through the supply agreements. So we get a total of $4,139 of that water that we get from GBRA or reserved at GBRA and that they pay for. Doesn't mean that they're taking it because they haven't developed. It just means that's their cost to reserve that water. The 6 agreements that remain, remember I said we had 7, Setterfeld is built out. The 6 agreements that we have remain and have reached out to me and are interested in extending the current agreement, which is expiring next month, is the Cibolo Creek Community Church, First Baptist Hill Country Church, Mr. Mark Minahan, Greenland Ventures, which is called Stone Creek, as we know it, Stone Creek Ranch, I apologize, Oak Bend Estates, and the Enclave. All those agreements expire on different dates in September. And again, each property owner has expressed an interest in renewing this agreement. It is a benefit for them. It's also a benefit for the city because they are paying that reservation cost, and we're looking forward to that second payment for an elevated storage tank. So what is our next steps? If you agree tonight to extend the agreements for 6 months, This will afford the opportunity and the time for the city staff and the landowners, the property owners, to come together, begin reviewing the current agreements, make suggested amendments to the agreements. We would have time for legal to review it, and then bring it back to City Council, each agreement, for your review and consideration of approval. My understanding is the agreement is still called the 2008 Water Supply Agreements. It would be an amendment to that agreement. We're not necessarily looking for a complete total new. It's whatever would change in the agreement, which could be terms. The term could be 10 years, 15 years, and other items that could be changed in there. We do know one developer, I think originally had 130 LUEs. He is working with us, realizing that there's some karst features on his property and he wishes to protect them. So his 130 may drop to 125. These are the kind of items that we want to talk through with the property owners, what their goal, what they plan to do, and then create an agreement that is acceptable to both parties. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Go ahead.
Or you said you've talked to all of them?
I have talked to all of them, and I've also received confirmation via, in writing, that they are very much interested in extending for 6 months to work through these
And
agreements.
there's none of these asking for more LUE capacity?
No, and in the conversation that was brought up and discussed, yeah. And I do apologize again. The resolution that you had in front of you and also in the packet, we had a last-minute change. In the resolution, we now depicted these 6 property owners. The original resolution that was sent to you did not depict the names of the property owners. It does now.
Everybody get a copy of the updated resolution?
Yeah.
It's with the map.
Yes, ma'am.
What does the third whereas mean? So were the original agreements for 15 years?
The original agreements were 15 years. They were in 2008. That's why they
Oh, wow,
expire in
that was 15
2023.
years ago? Oh my, okay, never mind. Holy cow.
I believe 15 years ago, because I was here when this was happening, we really thought that some of these developments would be building. And it's, for example, Cibolo Creek Church, they own that property across from them, and I believe at that time they thought they would have a second facility built by now. Unfortunately, 9/11 hit, and we had an economic downturn, then COVID hit, so it hasn't been very progressive. Stone Creek is almost
years.
done with their development.
Time flies. Anybody else? Does anybody else have any questions reference this item that they'd like to raise tonight?
So if the council is in agreement with this, for sure, by March, I will be returning to you, hopefully with 6 agreements, and we'll be able to move forward.
So for tonight, then, can I get a motion to approve a resolution providing for a 6-month extension of the 2008 water supply agreements?
So moved.
I think Scott got you. Any other discussion from council? In that, with the motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion is approved.
Thank you.
It was Scott and Keith. The 5th item that we have for consideration tonight is the consideration and the possible action to accept applications for open positions on boards, committees, and commissions, and to set date for interviews. And this has a presentation that is on page 532 of the packet.
Good evening. My name is Christina Pachocchio. I'm the city secretary. Tonight I want to talk to you about the applications that we received and the responses that we received from our members that are currently on the boards and commissions. There were 17 potential opportunities for either renewal or application this year, and we received a firm 9 from our returning members, and one member who said, well, if no one else bills it, I'll be glad to do it. What I'd like to show right now is the schedule that we have. We're at the point on August 17th where council is determining how we're going to fill the positions. We'll have interviews coming up and appointments. So this next slide is a summary of the information that we have. Building Code Board of Appeals, 4 members, 2 open positions. We did not get any respondents interested in continuing. One person was a firm no, one person we could not reach, despite multiple attempts. We have received a new application for this particular board, and one additional person is interested in moving from an alternate position into a full-time position. But please be aware, this particular board has never met. I just wanted to bring to your attention because the applicant that we have has also requested to be on other boards or other boards. It wouldn't be and or. Looking at the resume, from my personal opinion, he looks very competent and might be able to fill another position, so just a thought. We have CIAC, we have 9 total members, 3 open positions, 2 people were willing to apply. We had reapply. We had 1 person who is interested only in that position, and we have 3 people who are interested in other boards as well. MDD, 7 total members, 4 open positions, 2 people are interested in staying on, and we have 3 new applications. One of these applications, though, must be filled by a council member. So we have 3 new applicants who are also interested in other boards. Yes, ma'am?
What are the 4 positions? I know Councilman Elizondo's position is open, and then the 2 who were interested.
So the MDD board, I did not identify all the 4 positions that were open, but Mr. Fairhurst is continuing, showing interest. Stephen Robertson is interested. We already mentioned Mr. Elizondo, and the 4th person, Rochelle Garcia.
Okay, and she's not interested in continuing?
Yes, she
Okay.
is not interested
Okay.
in continuing.
Got it. Okay.
So P&Z, there are 7 members total, 4 open positions. Again, 2 people are interested in continuing, and we have 3 applicants who are interested in multiple positions. ZBOA, we have 7 positions currently. 4 of them are open. This is the one particular board where 1 member was willing to graciously give up his position for another person to join, if anyone was strongly interested in that. In this particular one, we have 2 applicants who are also interested in other positions. So tonight, there are several things you can do. On page 531, I have some possible motions for you. Ideally, to accept the 5 members who have applied, their applications, so that they can be in the running for any of the positions. And you can also choose to reappoint automatically those people that are requesting to be continuing in their position, and then set a date or dates range for possible interviews. Or you don't have to accept all of the prior members and just move to do that at a future date when we come back and assign all of the positions. I do have the calendar moving ahead for those from August 21st until September 13th, in case we are able to kind of determine certain dates tonight. Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what we did last time? Did we reappoint and then hold interviews, or did we?
We held off. We reappointed, I believe, everybody in one full swoop.
Yeah, for
Yeah, that's
all
what I
of
was
the
thinking.
incumbents, those people that are serving, currently serving on boards, committees, and commissions that would like to stay, we did just one reappointment to say yes and did not interview those individuals.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
did
but
we
we
did it
waited,
all
though.
together?
Yes, we
Correct.
did it
We
all
didn't do it
together.
in
Appointed the
two.
rest of them.
That does give you a little more flexibility if you want,
Move around.
to move them around. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And since we don't have, I didn't receive a list of the names of the applicants.
Correct.
Or any of that.
I haven't done that historically, yes.
I wouldn't feel comfortable reappointing without knowing who else applied, so.
That's fine.
But we could fill the council position on the MDD tonight, if you're willing to do that.
We're going to
Just
do
a
all the
little bit.
council positions at one time, so that's upcoming
I was
for
trying.
future council meeting.
Ugh, okay.
I agree with Laura that we should get the information, look at it all, and do it as we did it last year.
Okay.
But could someone refresh my memory if we don't make the returning board members come back and interview, do we?
Well, that's
Okay.
part of the discussion tonight, but the way we did it last year, we did not re-interview.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of making them come back to interview.
Okay? So that's step one. Step two, then we need to have a time to conduct interviews. In the past, we've found a time right before council meetings, maybe starting at 5 o'clock.
It varied. It depended on availability.
We have 5 interviews.
Yes,
We've
sir.
had 5 applicants.
And they generally go 20 minutes, 15 minutes or 20 minutes. There's a couple of minute delay in between.
I'd recommend that if we do this on the, it's going to be the 21st of September? Is that the?
That would be the 21st of September, yes, sir, is when we would be making the decision.
And so if we interview and make the decisions that night, then we're still in line with keeping all our boards, committees, and commissions full?
Yes, sir. I mean, the due date for the new board starts October 1st. This also gives us, once the appointments are made on the 21st, it gives Amanda and myself an opportunity to do the orientations for the new members and have them ready for October 1st.
Or why wouldn't we do the interviews on the 7th? Or give a few days, because if we just pick one day, if they're not available that one day, then we don't even have an opportunity to interview them at all.
Okay.
Yeah, we generally do have several opportunities and schedule as necessary.
Because we have a meeting on the 7th, and we have a special city council meeting on the 12th
12th.
already.
Have that, the 7th and then the 12th as an alternate if they can't make it.
Would you prefer that to be prior to the meeting, I'm assuming? Okay.
Are we looking at the 7th or the 12th?
We offer
Both.
both.
They're,
Offer both.
Do you want to offer all 3, 7, 12, and 21?
Oh,
I think we should just do 7 and 12.
7 and 12.
Okay.
7 and 12. Would you be agreeable to 5 o'clock start time? Does that work? Okay.
And is there one day that works better, like a primary day, if we could try to schedule them all on one day?
Whichever meeting has the shortest agenda, the regular meeting
The
after.
12th would be
All
the
right.
shortest agenda.
So if we could schedule them all on the 12th, let's do the 12th, and then for a backup, we use the 7th.
Okay.
All right?
Do we have a motion to accept the applications?
Mayor, I move to accept the boards, committees, and commissions applications.
Second.
Okay.
The motion for
And do
setting,
we have to accept the applications? Is that,
that's historically what we've done.
I think we did that because one year we did not accept somebody's application because they were ineligible to apply for the board that they applied to. To be confirmed, they're all residents?
Yes, sir. Yes,
and-
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
That, because we have some requirements that they have to be residents and they have to meet certain requirements in order to even apply.
Moving forward, I do see that it's a little bit awkward since you have not seen the application. So next year, I will provide that to you.
Last year, didn't we send those out electronically? And we were able to review them beforehand?
Yeah,
Which
I'll-
saved a
I'll
lot
do
of
that
time.
again.
Yes.
I don't know if we.
Was it Laura and Chesley? Was it Chesley at second?
Yep.
So we have a motion on the table now to accept the applications. Any other discussion from council? Any questions from anybody here tonight? All in favor of the motion to accept the applications, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the applications are accepted.
A motion to set the interview dates, or can we just diminish, you
You include a resolution? You do
I
not.
beg your pardon?
You don't have a resolution.
No, sir. But we do need a motion well, you verbalized that you want to set the dates. I had a motion written, but I don't know that you actually need that, unless you want to.
I think so of this, I mean, there is no desire by council to re-interview those that are currently serving on boards, committees, or commissions.
Correct.
Those that will be interviewed are the new applicants that we have for the vacant positions, and that will do the interviews on the primary date of the 12th with the backup date of the 7th of September. Do we honestly need a motion for that, or is that?
I had one written just because of historically we've done, but it's not required.
Are you okay with that? All right. Does that cover everything we need to get this moving?
Yeah. It's Crystal.
He wants a motion.
Do what?
Here's the next
Christine has the
agenda
next
item.
item.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was asking.
I thought she was waiting on a motion, like, I'm not moving until you guys give me a motion for the dates.
No, I just asked, did they get everything you need as part of the?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
There is anything else we needed?
Thank you.
All right, and the last consideration item that we have tonight is the consideration and possible action to Bear County to utilize the city building as a polling location for the November election.
Yes, we have received a request from the Bear County Elections Department to utilize our facility for the November election. And to do that, should council be interested, it does require some maneuvering of some meetings and functions. So right now, we're presenting it to council to determine whether or not they have any interest in doing that. Also to note that it has also been requested that they could potentially try or ask to utilize the facilities for additional elections as we move forward. So right now, the election is scheduled, the election is scheduled, I don't know if I have the date identified. I think it's November, is it 10th or 4th?
It says October 20th through November 8th.
No, that's the 7th, okay. The situation that happens is that when we do have elections here in the city, there's early voting, and sometimes it won't happen for November. There are the elections that take place afterward if there's any kind of contested race. So it does it's not only an election day election, it's the time preceding and the time potentially after. We've looked at what are on the calendars right now, and one is a court date, one is council date, and there's also an event that Lieutenant will be able to talk more about, which is the Halloween event for children. So we just wanted to, there are things that we can do. The court is willing to move their date. We could potentially move our date or have alternate plans, and then whatever, if you'd like to come up, Lieutenant, to talk about.
Yeah, before Lieutenant Ojeda comes up, so I think we've already, if we want to move forward with this to allow, and Bear County wants to hold the elections here.
Yes,
which
sir. The challenge that they face is that there is no polling location this far north of the city. So when our Bear County voters need to vote, they have to go either to Chavano or UTSA. And that's in early voting.
For Bear
Just
County.
recently, they were able to use the Van Robb School, but that's not an opportunity anymore. That's not an option.
Yeah, from what I understand, most of the schools aren't going to be voting locations anymore, so.
Correct. And they've pretty much exhausted their search to find a location that will fit them and provide a closer voting location for for our residents.
Can we charge them a lot then? Premium?
Quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
before he goes.
Oh.
So can I clarify the dates, because the dates on here are wrong? So it's November 7th is the actual election day? And then what is the early voting range? I could look it up on the internet, but if somebody knows it off the top of their head. Or is it just? October 23rd through, because there's usually a break between early voting and voting, so October.
So the date that says October 20th, that's placed so that they can set
Set
their
up. All
equipment
right.
in here.
Thank you for
So
that.
yes, the election, early voting will start a different date, but they require, Bear County has a contractor that provides the moving of all of their equipment. So we'd have no control over that, so the room would be closed.
And that's why it says through November 8th, because they'll break down the
have
next
to
day.
get it.
Okay,
It
I'm
takes
on board. Thanks.
So I believe it's a great opportunity to provide to our residents, in this case, our Bear County residents, a polling location. The drawback is the only room that we have available to do that in is the room that we're currently in. And by tying it up over 2 weeks, that means it's not available for other meetings or utilization of what we need as part of this. And so the first was a court. A court date is normally the first Wednesday of the month. And so I've talked to Scott Husengay about it, and we believe that there shouldn't be any issue in moving the court date to another day in the month.
Yes, sir, the judge has
Agreed
to that.
Okay. The second is we have a council meeting on the first Thursday of the month. Okay? Does everybody agree with that? We'll just cancel it.
Yep.
Home Rule Charter states that we only have to hold one meeting a month, and so we'll have the one the third Thursday of the month. Okay? And the last challenge that we had to cross was trunk or treat.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, Trunk or Treat is we're going on our 4th annual event. It's getting bigger each year. We normally have it here in the front, but we've been trying to look, as soon as Christina told me that there were possible voting going on here, we're trying to find another location to actually host ours so we won't have to cancel our Trunk or Treat. And we are looking into 3 different other sites at the moment. One being across the street here at the Fair Oaks Elementary School, which we already have placed a written request form for the actual location. There's just fees that we have to pay and have our insurance in order to cover us if anything was to happen on site. The next one was the Cibolo Church, and the last location was the Spring Creek Methodist Church.
Lieutenant, did you consider Parker's? Because I know the first year we did it in the Parker's parking lot.
Yes, we did. For us to be getting so big and wanting to make it a little bit better each year, it would cover up a lot of the actual places, and we would have a higher risk of traffic jam, and we don't want the risk for the kids since we had over 400 children last year. When we had our dunk tank and some other stuff, we're trying to get in a truck that does snow cones for everyone, and we wanted to have enough room and enough safety area for everybody especially with the lights.
That makes sense. Thank you.
And this is on it's in the packet, the 28th of October.
That is correct.
So we're not doing it on Halloween night.
That's correct. And the reason is, sir, is a lot of the officers come in on their off day to participate, and some that get off of shift that evening also stay to participate and dress up. And it normally takes half the day to get everything situated and put up, the tents, smoke, and all the other good things for the kiddos.
Okay. So your belief is that you will be able to find an alternate location?
I am trying my best to actually do that right now, sir. Right now, the best place right now, we feel that has everything that we need, electricity and water, besides our front building, would be the school at the moment. Both churches have not got back to me yet. I've been in contact with the school every day to try to see if I can rush the paperwork in order to get an idea if we can actually secure that date, since it's on a Saturday. I don't believe we'll have a problem, but again, I will call tomorrow again to verify to make sure.
Yeah, the only concern I have, the motion tonight is to approve to allow Bear County to do this. So if we approve this motion, if we have a motion, and then if we approve it, then we're going to notify Bear County that they can hold the election during that time period. So
We could make the motion contingent upon acquiring that property and just let them know we'll know as soon as we've been given information.
Can I just say that I think having the ability to vote in an election is more important than a trunk or treat. And I love trunk or treat, and I love the kids stuff, and I love the community stuff, but I think our right to vote kind of
higher priority?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I'd like to say, I think it's good for people to know where they can come, because I know during this last election, I had to explain to people, it's not at the church, it's not at the school, it's here. So I think there's been a need for that, to have a central place, so.
I'm also pretty confident that our community will provide a place for the trunk or treat to happen.
I'll figure it out.
If all else fails, you can throw it in the front yard of me or Parker's house.
See, Parker says so.
The donkeys would love it.
We have water.
We have water.
Finally, we have water.
Any other comments or questions from council? Any other questions or comments from anybody here tonight? Then can I get a motion to allow the Bear County Elections Department to use the city building for the November 2023 election and future elections?
So moved.
Michelle?
Second.
From Emily. Any other discussion from council? Then with that, can we go ahead and vote on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion is approved.
If I could get some clarity. So we are allowing Bear County to use our facility, and should we not be able to acquire the school or another location?
No, we didn't have a contingency.
Yeah, it's just- We're allowing Bear County to hold the election
Okay.
here.
Thank you.
Well, that completes all the consideration items that we had tonight. We have one workshop item tonight, which is a review of the 2023-24 budget workshop. And this begins with the presentation on page 537 in your council packet.
Yes.
And Summer.
Summer Fleming again, Interim Director of Finance. So I'll be giving a brief update on the proposed budget, primarily going over the changes from the workshop we held on August 3rd. This current version will, after tonight, become the official proposed budget filed with the City Secretary's office on August 21st. And most of the slides, I'll just highlight the changes from the last workshop. I won't go over every number. So starting with the general fund, the changes include decreasing the cost of living adjustment from 4% to 2.5% and adding the HR generalist reclassification. We've added the costs for the mail-outs to residents 2 softwares, the IT vulnerability testing and assessment, and it wasn't mentioned at the last workshop, but we received updated costs for the dispatch contract and added that into the operating budget.
Summer,
Yes.
it says increase. What's the total cost for the dispatch contract? Ballpark?
Shoot. Oh gosh, do you remember, Julie? I want to say maybe, shoot, 338,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So after all the changes to date, the proposed budget has a total deficit of $408,521 that would be coming from reserves. The expenditures increased by $98,857 from the last workshop for those items on the previous slide. And then, as mentioned previously, the tax rate in this proposed budget is 0.3005, which is below the no new revenue rate. So looking at the projected fund balances, we're adding to the 6-month operating reserve to remain within policy and utilizing almost $598,000 from the unallocated surplus to fund the continuation of capital projects from the approved CIPs. So there would still remain a projected unallocated surplus of about $645,000 with this budget. Are there any questions on the general fund before I move on to the utility fund? So for the utility fund, the changes from the last workshop include decreasing the cost of living from 4% to 2.5%. We added a new FTE, a utility technician, and then the utility fund's share of the increase in the dispatch contract. We also selected the capital projects to be cash funded that were discussed at the July 20th CIP workshop. Since the utility operates as an enterprise fund, capital purchases don't affect the net income, but you'll see on a later slide how they affect the net position of the utility. And so just to recap, looking at what was presented on July 20th, we had proposed cash funding $240,000 in this next budget year. There were 4 well upgrades that were included on the proposed project list, and based on the projects already in process and the cost of these upgrades, it was determined that we could accomplish them and cash fund them in the budget year. So the utility proposed budget includes $6.36 million of revenue, $5.23 million operating expenses, and that leaves $1.13 million of operating income. And then you can see the breakout between water and wastewater. So looking at net position, the changes from the last workshop include an increase in the net investment in capital assets of $240,000 for those well upgrades, and then a corresponding $240,000 decrease in the water capital fund. The operating reserve decreased by $52,648 from the last workshop for those items mentioned on slide 7. So this budget would add $339,516 to the net position of the utility, for a total projected net position of a little over $17.5 million. And then just a detail of the projected balances in that water and wastewater capital reserve funds. It shows what's allocated to projects and what would be unallocated at this time. So I'll take any questions on the utility fund you might have.
Any questions overall with the budget presentation? Any questions from anybody here tonight? Comments? Okay.
And I'm not sure if
Part of the workshop, do you want to go to the
funded
one
items.
worksheet you had? Just go through a review of it. Page 1,000.
Yeah.
601. 603.
No, I was 602.
601.
I was close.
Oh, you-
Yep,
602.
601.
601.
601.
Yeah, it starts on page 601.
Let me start at page 601, and I believe 602 has Same format as the council saw at the last meeting. The total operational revenues and expenditures are at the top. Less the equipment and capital items. All of those items are listed below in the funded and not funded. The funded items represent all those items that the council approved at the last budget work session here at the last meeting. And there was one remaining not funded item that the council did not determine at the August 3rd meeting, which was the fire station number 3 upgrades. So I believe that is the one item for council discussion tonight, at least from a management perspective.
Yeah, we did go through it at the last meeting. I'm not sure that I didn't have all the specifics on what the upgrades and the requirements that were related to it and why we needed to make the upgrades. And so from the last budget workshop, we just delayed this item for making a decision on it until we had an opportunity to speak with Laura. If you had the information or if it was something that you wanted to present. Not putting you on the spot.
The project file is not in here, so there is a complete breakout of the expenses that was put together by staff. So without that being here, I won't be able to talk to it. But I'm willing to, well, there's a couple options here. If we could fund it without changing the tax rate, because we have unallocated surplus that would cover it now. So it's only 400 and some thousand. We have 600 and some thousand unallocated surplus. Just the other option would be we don't put it in the budget. We can come back and talk about it, and then at a later time allocate the unallocated surplus to cover it. Again, it would not change the tax rate either way. The proposal was from memory, so apologize. The fire station up at Meadow Creek Trail, which we refer to as Fire Station 3, which the fire department refers to as Station 420, is an unmanned fire station. However, it is, normally unmanned. However, it could be manned. And there was some small minor updates that were done within our own facilities budget to kind of fix it up because there was just normal maintenance that needed to be done. You have it? Thank you. But the fire department did reach out to staff, and I guess I'm speaking on behalf of that. I am not the fire liaison anymore. However, I will be glad to speak through this. They had requested some upgrades to the fire department to make it habitable for longer than just an emergency. This will allow them the ability to man it more often, which is something that they want to investigate, which will allow us much quicker response time. For them to be able to do a pilot run, we're manning the fire department in that house for 6 months to see how it relates to our response time. They would need to have permanent bunk rooms. So there's already space to allow permanent bunk rooms in there, they was just never built. The other part is that there's no emergency generator for that fire station. So the only times we actually do man it is during an emergency, and there's no emergency generator to keep the power on if need be. Also, other parts of it was security, to have the security of the facility match the security badges that they have at their other fire stations, the open path security. And so that when they come in and out, it's the same security protocol. I don't want to go too far into it, but it's also the same one that we're looking at when we're updating our city hall and our security access. It all matches the same. So really, 95,000 is to have a backup generator at a fire station that is only manned during emergency at this time. 25K for access, secure access to the building that matches the secure access to their other buildings and our system. Install the bay door openers. So right now, they don't have ways to remotely operate the bay doors that open and close their doors. So again, a lot of this is just normal upkeep of a facility that we really have not been doing. right now, and then the other parts would be for physically allowing people to stay in there, which includes isolating the shower, which will allow a female to be in there, and there's several female firefighters in the department. So really, only $260K out of the request is for the bunk rooms and the shower. The rest of it is for backup generators, security access, and the bay doors. And then, so just wanted to lay that out there. They think it's time for us to have probably a more permanent facility to give them options. So right now, our contract with Bexar County does not state where they have to man. But we do state they have to respond to the city. And we give them access to our fire locations to use. Right now, they can't man them if they wanted to because there's nowhere for them to sleep permanently. So we did update the room to allow them to sleep on cots during emergencies. But anything beyond that, even if they wanted to man one of our fire stations and provide us quicker service, they can't right now. And so what the ask is for $476K to finish out the firehouse, how it was originally designed to allow, if needed, giving them the option to do that. I think that the fire department wants to start looking at doing a pilot to try to man it, but they can't right now because there's just nowhere to sleep. This will also be available to us in perpetuity. So as we start looking at our long-term fire study that we've already funded within our budget, this is our firehouse. We own it, and we own the one over there. So regardless of who mans it, it would be ours going forward anyways. So just wanted to lay that out there. That's what the request is. We do have enough money on our unallocated surplus to cover it right now without changing the tax rate that's in our current budget. So that's the proposal at hand. Thank you very much for giving me that. I remembered half of that off the top of my head. I got the other half.
Thanks, Laura. Because I did put you on the spot, and I apologize.
No, that's
but,
okay. And we could do it a couple different ways, but that's really what we're asking for is just that facility upgrade to support that manning. It doesn't mean that they will man it. We haven't made that agreement yet, but it will give them the ability to, and it will allow us to put that maybe in future contracts if we want it there. But as of right now, their response time is as quick as they can get up Ralph Fair Road to us and/or all the way from the Bernie Airfield area. When they do man 420 during emergencies, the response time obviously in the city is much quicker because they're in the city. So those are just some things to think about. As we are getting more and more people in the district, they respond to our city and the unincorporated Bexar County, which includes the new Lemon Creek area, the HEB area, all of that stuff. They're already looking to expand to buy another firehouse somewhere in that area. They're buying different properties and they're evaluating it, but that won't be for several years, more than several years, before they're able to build a new firehouse in this area. I think we'll probably have growth in our area before, if they build another firehouse, before that will come up online. This gives them options. It gives us options to have quicker response. So just was proposing it right now because I guess the sooner we bring it up, the sooner we'll have the ability to pilot their manning. But regardless, the security items to be able to open the bay door and having an emergency generator, I feel are pretty important, especially if they're only manning the fire station in an emergency. So that's kind of the rationale behind the request.
Emily.
I have a question and then a comment. My question is, is this all on us, or is there a world in which Bexar County would also chip in for any part of the cost of what their ask is?
So we don't chip into their fire stations, and this is our property. and it's actually in Comel. So they probably would not chip into a building that is not in Bear County. But this is more for the city than for Bear County, because whether Bear County provides us our service or not, it's still ours. And we'll have to have a manned fire station, whoever provides that service.
Gotcha. And in the future, we can contract with Comal if we wanted to, or
We can
someone
contract,
else, or?
yeah, and that's what the
Okay.
fire study is for. The fire study that we are funded, that is in progress, it was in a current budget, and I think continues into the next year's budget, I'm not sure.
Study has commenced.
Okay,
We're in
good.
we're in
The
early
study has
stages,
commenced.
But that is going.
And they're going to give us those options, and the answer might be that Bear County is the right solution and having to man the station, but regardless, we need to have somewhere for people to be within the city.
And then, I guess, so then my comment would be, I think for now, because 476,000 is a lot of money, and I know that the unallocated, there's money there for it. I would hate to eat up the whole cost. I would not have a problem with us doing the generator. Obviously, if we're using it during an emergency, it needs to be operating during an emergency. So I think it would make sense for us to have it functional for that purpose. And so I would not be opposed to allocating some of the unallocated, for that amount of money. But I do not want to, I like the proposed budget. I like that we're coming in with a lower rate, and I don't want to change that, if at all possible.
This would not change the rate either way.
Right.
Go ahead, Keith.
So I think this thing needs some further analysis because we don't have enough on the table right now. So my thought was we wait on this. The other thing is we're contracting for these services. We're contracting for fire services. So when we think about all that cost there with our contract, we have to factor all that in. Plus, I don't know how often they man that. If they're only manning it in these extreme emergencies, that's one factor. If they're planning to man it and put trucks there and be there full time, I just think Laura would need more info before we could even put it in the budget. That's just my thought, because I don't feel like I have enough right now that I could say, yeah, let's utilize it, but let's wait. And since we do have on the budget, we can get more definitive. And I think our contract's coming up for discussion.
No.
Our fire contract's not
It is
coming up
not.
for discussion.
It is not.
We just renewed it, right?
It is not.
We just renewed it, not.
Oh, we
like
renewed it?
yeah,
Okay.
like
I
that.
have, I believe, 2 years left.
Oh, 2 years, okay. I was misunderstood that. But maybe we get more information from them on that as to how, do they have a plan on how they're going to man it, how often they would man it, what their pilot? Because I'd have trouble spending that much money to then do a pilot. I'd like to know kind of what they're thinking, or do we know that already and I'm just not informed? I mean, that's possible.
Okay. So, was there a question, or?
That was my, well, do we have enough information on their pilot? Do we have information, how often they would man it, what their proposal is, or is that still in discussion?
I do not speak on behalf of Bear County or
Okay,
the
so we
fire
don't know.
department. But I'm sharing with you a resource for the city,
Yeah.
regardless of who uses
Yeah,
it.
sure. No, I get it.
We could probably have the fire department and the police department share with you when they have it manned.
Yeah.
But it's always during an emergency. And there are trucks there permanently. So
Okay,
they
all
have trucks in all of our facilities.
Okay.
And they have people there all day long working. They just don't man it with responding firefighters because they can't stay there.
Got it.
So they are fully, like, they come in and out of those buildings all the time, and they have trucks coming in and out all the time. So,
That's
so
helpful.
it is used.
Gotcha.
It's just not, there's not manned firefighters who respond to calls from there.
Okay. Thanks.
Laura? Oh, he asked my question, so I'm good. Thanks.
If we went in, kind of like Emily said, and put in the generator and the badges and the doors,
Yep.
so that they're functional in that sense, do you think staff could communicate with the fire department and try to get a better understanding of how they wanted to do the pilot and how manning it and all that stuff before we allocated the additional for the bunk housing funding and all of that stuff.
Yeah, I
Do you
think that's a great idea, and
Do
I
you think it'd
we
be a
should
good
do that.
step forward, showing that we want to partner with our firefighters, but, and obviously first responders, but as well as be, think about the money that we're spending?
Yes, absolutely, but I would also caution us from thinking that this is a fire department request of us, because they have not formally requested this as a contract request or any other necessary need. This is us looking at the resources that we need as a city to have firefighters man a facility in our space. And we have firefighters who are willing to try that out. So just keep that in mind, because they are not formally asking us to do anything. We are trying to prepare our city to allow people to respond within our city limits.
Preparedness is everything. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I also agree that we've got $400,000 in unallocated that we could throw at this project or at a number of other projects within the city. I would much prefer to put this off and wait on this. Let's look and see what our fire feasibility study is that's coming up, that we've already funded that. We don't have a formal request. I live down there. I'd love to have that fire station right there, I mean, honestly. And there are people that are in there working on trucks and such. However, I really would caution us, more consideration before we spend another nickel on that station right now, until we know what it is that we're going to need and what we're going to, eventually see. Let's get the experts to tell us what we need to do. That's my point.
Not
Can I
my
ask one
proposal.
more
I was
question?
just-
No.
I don't care.
And not beating up
I'm
on
just,
you.
yeah. I mean, I'm just explaining what I understand about the request. So, I mean, this is really a decision. I do want to clarify multiple times, this is not the Laura Kerner request for fire station upgrades. This is me bringing to you what the staff has put together with the fire department of what this building would need to be able to man firefighters. So this is really a city decision, not a fire department proposal. This is us to decide if this is something we want to do right now. And I can understand pushing it off and waiting for the fire study results. We were supposed to have the fire study results well before this because we did a fire study and it didn't go over well. But I just will say, we do have a fire station that gets manned during emergencies that does not have the same security access as other facilities and does not have a backup generator. So just want to let you guys be aware of that. And here's a proposal with how to resolve that if we want to fund that within this year's budget.
I do.
Emily.
I have two questions. One is, and you kind of alluded to it, Laura. Do we have any idea when the results of this study will come in?
It was planned for approximately a 200-day study. We're probably in about day 14-ish of that. So
They haven't
Okay.
reached out
So
to
next
us yet.
year-
so-
mid next year.
Okay, and then my next question is, can we approve this budget with this not funded, but then still at a later date say, you know what, we do want to do that generator, we do want to do those doors and use unallocated funds?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, we just keep it on the project list to further develop or provide additional information at a later time, and just remains unfunded at this time.
There's no additional information to provide on the emergency backup generator or the security doors or any of that stuff. So the proposal is really just to complete the bunk room. The discussion wouldn't be over the project. The discussion would be over, do we even want that house manned? Yes or no?
I'm just going to say again, being that I live down there and obviously we have the bridge going in for flooding and it doesn't flood for long periods of time, et cetera, et cetera. But I think we should possibly consider bringing it to have the security doors to match what we currently have at the city and possibly doing the generator.
And I do believe we were intending to, when we were going to do the security contract to do the access for all of our other buildings, we were going to include this on there, right? If it was approved, right? So that it was together, or no?
System would be expandable to ultimately all of our city facilities. That's the intent.
Okay. And it's the same one that they use? Okay. So if there's an appetite for the emergency generator and the doors, I would be okay with going forward with that. I don't intend to personally present this anytime further, but I would encourage staff to come back with a proposal on if they feel like it should be manned.
I'll say that I have no problem with having the generator there. I think that.
How much would it be for the generator, the bay door, and the security access?
If I did my mental math, or I think it was 137 for all three of those, so. for a
I
little
would be in
contingency,
favor of
150-ish.
allocating that from the unallocated funds to use for that.
I would too. I think that's fine.
Is that a motion in a second?
Do I need how do we do that? Do
Okay,
we
I'll make a motion to allocate 150,000 from our unallocated general fund balance to fund the security, the bay doors, and the generator.
Second,
Don't know that we really needed a motion, but okay.
just in case.
We got it. Any other
And the-
discussion?
Oh, we're in workshop. We're in workshop mode, right?
We submit the budget or file,
Okay.
as mentioned, early next week, but we can add in 150,000 to our capital budget.
Any other discussion from council?
No,
on this?
I just want to say, I do think that is probably the best way, because one, at some point, we can have that fire study. If the fire department wants to do a pilot, I mean, they can come and talk to us about what that would be, but the pilot wouldn't drive the timeline. It would just be an opportunity.
I do have a motion on the table right now. Do we need a motion?
I do not need a motion.
What's to
would
withdraw the
you-
motion?
I'll withdraw my motion.
I was going to check my Robert's rules, because I don't know if I withdrew my last motion properly, but I was curious.
Mayor, I would like to withdraw my motion.
Okay. And you'd second it, Emily?
I would second the withdrawal of the motion.
We actually need a vote on that?
No.
So.
If they withdraw the motion?
No.
I don't know, because my Robert's rules has asterisks and a little note, so this is really complicated.
All right. Getting back to the budget, so budget workshop, we've been through, actually, in my opinion, the staff has done an exceptional job presenting the budget to us, very detailed method. It allowed us to see what we needed to see to make the decisions related to budget and what we need for moving on to the next year.
I agree.
I like Bradley, but they were excited. Did you want to see if anyone had any comments?
Right, we will. Do y'all have comments, or? Okay. I think we've covered a lot of great projects that really focus on what we need, the requirements for the city, and moving forward. With the budget that has been laid out, is there any other comments or anything that we need to cover based on the workshop that we conducted last week or this week? No? Everybody's good? Any comments from anybody here tonight? Reference the budget that's laid out. All right. Summer, anything else that you need on budget? Scott, anything else that you need from it?
Sir, you'll have a completed budget next week.
So the way ahead now, so we have September 7th, 12th, and the 21st. So as we move ahead, what are we looking at for the 7th?
7th will just be review. We will officially give you bound copies of the budget that will be that will be filed with the secretary next week. It'll be a quick overview, just letting you know what the total revenues, expenditures, and tax rates are for the budget. So that should be a very quick workshop on the 7th, and then you will have your public hearing on the budget and the tax and the property tax rate on September 12th, and the first reading of the budget ordinance. All that will occur on September 12th, and the second and hopefully final reading of the budget and property tax rate will be on September 21st.
Okay. Any questions on the schedule? All right. Well, that completes our budget workshop for tonight. Move on to reports and announcements. Does any council member have any announcements that they'd like to make tonight? All right, I have, I'm just gonna make it one announcement tonight. It's on water conservation. We have moved into stage 2 of our drought contingency plan for the city. And we are in an exceptional drought, as categorized by the state of Texas. And if you look at the drought map, we are the center point of the drought. Kendall County, which encompasses areas outside of Kendall County, which also encompasses the Bear and Comel portions of the city of Fair Oaks Ranch. There is no doubt that this is a significant drought. And I believe that today was the hottest day of summer. I don't know what it got up to. My thermometer at home, which is in the sun, said 111. So I would guess it was probably in the 106, 107 temperature range. Water conservation is essential to make it through this time frame. We do not know when the next rain is going to come and when our aquifers are going to fill back up or when Canyon Lake is going to fill back up. My message tonight is reaching out to everybody saying, please, can we abide by the rules, the ordinances, the watering schedules, the watering times to ensure that we conserve the water that our city has. We do have available water, but if we continue at this rate, we're burning up water that we may need for some time in the future. And we're in stage 2, and the next event would be stage 3, and stage 3 restrictions get a little bit more severe than what we're in right now as part of stage 2. We can make it through stage 2 if we abide by the rules that we have as part of our requirements of the drought contingency plan. Please help me conserve the water we have, and please help me get this message out to all the residents of Fair Oaks Ranch. Thank you. Scotty?
A few announcements, Mr. Mayor. First, want to give a quick preview for notifications that will be going out soon about our household hazardous waste collection program that will be scheduled for September 23rd at the Cibolo Creek Church. And again, all mailers and announcements will be forthcoming very soon, but it will have pretty much the same requirements and procedures as past years, but be on the lookout September 23rd at Cibolo Creek Church. I just want to let you know that first. Also a reminder to council that our next scheduled town hall is on October 29th, and we'll be looking to you on the August 29th, I'm sorry. Couple weeks, yeah, not October, August 29th, thank you. And you'll be getting notification in a couple days of some of the materials that will be presented as part of that, and the breakout stations, how we're going to facilitate those discussions on the topics of Dietz Elkhorn and multimodal transportation are the primary topics. We would like to know from the council who will be in attendance representing the council at those sessions, so we can send those members invites to our final planning meetings, as well as the town hall itself. August 29th, thank you, at Spring Creek. And anything I'm missing there, Grant? And finally, we've teased this one for probably a year and a half, but I can I can finally say that the city of Fair Oaks Ranch and specifically our finance department are officially Triple Crown winners. It only took them a year and change to get that, but the Government Finance Officers Association has officially posted our city as one of 330, I believe, throughout the United States and Canada governments as being a Triple Crown winner, achieving the Distinguished Budget Award, the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting, and the popular Annual Financial Report. And this is for the fiscal year beginning 2021. So we expect the same thing in 22, but we finally have that listed. So we'll send out some media notifications and announcements in the coming days, but now it's here too. Finally, congrats. Long overdue, but we're very excited that we can officially say that. That's all I had.
Thank you, Scott. Is there any council member that has an item that they'd like placed on a future agenda? Okay. We will convene into executive session tonight pursuant to Section 551.101 of the Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code. Excuse me, a quorum of the governing body hereby convenes into closed session. Reference Section 551.071, consultation with attorney. Reference legal considerations related to an internal affairs investigation being conducted by independent and third-party investigator into complaints within the Fair Oaks Ranch Police Department and the Office of the Police Chief and other related issues, to receive advice on pending litigation related to Davila versus City of Fair Oaks Ranch, Texas, number 2021 Charlie Tango 05780 in the District Court of 37th Judicial District Court in Bexar County, Texas. Also related to Section 551.074 personnel matters. This will be first on the City Council will meet in closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 personnel matters to deliberate the reappointment, evaluation, and duties of the public officer, to wit, Judge Kimberly S. Keller. And also under personal matters, the City Council will meet in closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 personnel matters to deliberate the process and options for filling the vacancy of the city manager. For executive session, I need the attorney, Dan Santee, the city manager, Scott Huzagay, and all council members. I have the time now is 8:52, and we're moving into executive session. Thank y'all. So we're good, Casey? You can hear me? Christine, I have the time now is 10:45, and we are back in open session. During our time in an executive session, there were no items that required action in open session. And anything else we need tonight, Christina? We're good? Scott, anything else we need from you?
No, sir.
I have the time now is 10:45, and we are adjourned.